Okay, so let's get this going. Currently, I will be streaming on chess.com, and probably I want to review a couple of things first as well. As you can see, I'm busy on my own profile. Just getting things ready. We want to go to watch, and we want to go to events on chess.com, and we want to go into the FIDE Chess Olympiad. Now it's very easy to find that one. Okay, before we do that, just a couple of other things. I'm going to check for us out FIDE. The time format. It's normally stock standard, so it's 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then after move 40, you get another extra 30 minutes added to your time. And then also, you always get that 30 seconds per move increment. So if you start adding things up, you can probably estimate that it can be up to, I think, 5 hours of play. So it's quite a long format. But you want the best players to come through. Okay, if we go to the, let's say go to the open, on the right hand side, I'm probably going to go to standings. On the left hand side, I just want to see also what's going on here. You see there's the teams, more than 190 teams will participate, 10 seeded seeds and their players, so that's quite interesting as well. So US, India, China, Uzbekistan, Netherlands, Norway, England, Poland, Iran, and Germany. Okay, so there we go. Those are the top dogs. On the right hand side, as I mentioned before, maybe that it is something to get used to, the chess.com or the lead chess, wherever you're watching. Okay, there's the games. Okay, so round 2, the boards are ready, the results. Let's see how far down it will go. I'm looking for South Africa because I'm from South Africa. Okay, so there's 2. That's the males on the men's side, of course. So they got 2 points for the win against St. Vincent and Grenadines. With only one draw on board 1. The rest, South Africa, all had a clean sweep. Okay, so that's the standings. It looks nice and clean. Schedule, yes, almost every day starting 3 p.m. You can see there saying GMT +2. And then 11 o'clock on the last day. I think that's traditional. The players normally complain about getting sleeping after that 5-hour stint. So, yeah. I suppose you're working preparation as well. Okay, the news, let's see what's going on there. Okay, so that's always interesting. Great to see Iranian in the picture there. Why? Because he's been to the Africas before. Even Jim Wesley So has also been to Africa before. At SHJCCs in before, so really nice players. Interesting that a lot of them being friends as well. Okay, always interesting things such as Nakamura not being in the mix-up. I suppose that's just showing how strong the American teams are. Okay, what else? Okay, so these are standings. We've got the time frame. I just want to quickly see as well with the females for Teams Africa. They should have a very good chance of doing very well today. Playing against Pakistan. I want to say similar rating, but a better matchup than yesterday when they had to face up against Team China, which is, well, tough. Okay, so let's go to the female side. Schedule. This is sometimes tricky, but let's have a look. It's either we look on the left hand side or on the right hand side. So on the left hand side, I'm looking for teams, and I'm really looking for Teams South Africa. And prizes, that's also interesting. Let's say games. We want to see the games, of course. Round 2. We want to be on round 2, right? Let's see how good it will predict. South Africa. Okay, here we go. There's South Africa. But actually, I'm looking for on the left-hand side. It just looks a bit cleaner. Let's see if I click on JC's game. It's going to open up. See there to open up, but I don't want to really see that. And as I said, that's something you also have to get used to. Let's run board 1. Okay. What's quite nice on the right hand side, we can go to recently viewed as well, which is quite nice. So we can quickly switch between matches. We can do that. So that's quite nice to see. Let's say South Africa. Right, so it did work. So there's the Teams South Africa players against Pakistan. Okay, so that's the one I'll try to get up and running. And the other one on the men's side, the open side, let's get to also, I suppose, games. And maybe also type in South Africa against Cuba. Very, very strong team. Okay, so it's let's see if they're going to be on time. They're supposed to start at 3 o'clock. Other things we can do, we can go to chess results. That's the, let's call it the official standings. Oh, sorry, this is actually chess results from, I prefer chess results.com, as this will be the ones the arbiters use. Okay, so we're lining up. There's Daniel Baruch, Jan Karsten, Caleb, and Banele. So yes, someone's going to have a rest today. Okay, and the same applies to JC, Chloe, Robin, and Davida Strong. So Davida's coming in today. And on the men's side, Banele is coming in today. Very, very strong player. Some of you will be missing hashtag, or, well, it's JC and Rebecca. But some of you will be missing Rebecca. I suppose she will want to be there, but I know she's busy studying, so shout out to her as well. If we go here to RSA, So open, let's open up RSA. Women, also going to open up RSA, just have it in the background. So you can see Daniel Barish, Jan, Karsten, Caleb, Levitan, and Banele. And Daniel Cordery at their games, and now Banele is coming in today. This is Daniel Cordery, our senior man, having a rest day. So that's the board pairings. Crazy matchup. Good luck to our players, and I'm sure, especially as I mentioned before, the youngsters, they would really like to probably show their strength. If I go to the individual records, I'm just checking to see if I can see information. You can see Jan Karsten, born in 2008. Daniel Barish, also a young player. Still at university, I think, so born in 2000, so 23-year-old. Who else? I should have gone top to bottom, right? Caleb, very young. 2010, he's even younger than young Karsten. So lots of positive things. And then our senior strongman, Daniel Cordery, 1982. And Banele, I think he's young as well. I can't remember. I'm not young, so it's also very young, 2003, 20-year-old. So great to see these youngsters going to mix it up today with very strong team. I think I went through everyone. Daniel Barish, we said he's 23. Okay, so those are the players. And the female side, I messed up. Sorry, I just want to open up the female side as well. Okay, so many of them still very young as well. Okay, so we see today Davida is coming in for Ailey Nell, filling in for her. Okay, so let's look at JC, Chloe, Robin Clausen, married to Calvin Clausen. Okay, so JC, 1997, lots of experience. And Chloe, the youngster, 2007 born. It's that grade 11. And then Robin Clausen is 96 baby. Davida, 2008, also very young. So lots of youngsters. It's great. That's just awesome to see. I missed Hailey Nell. Of course, we have two grandmasters. Now, don't tell me now we only have one. We have two. We have a female grandmaster first, in Melissa Greef, and then we, of course, have Kenny Solomon as well. So, yes, these youngsters, with all their potential, we hope they come through. It's just tough playing East Africa, having opposition, but they're still coming through. So, Halinel, also a youngster, 17 years old. Okay, so those are our heroes for the day, for this week, and for the next 2 weeks, representing South Africa. Okay, so that's all on the chess results. Okay, back to the tournament. Actually, for all these screens to refresh. Waiting for move one. Very curious to see how quick it will be. Of course, another platform you can look on as well would be on Lichess. Of course, who doesn't love Lichess? Let's go like that. Of course, it will be interesting to compare the two different platforms. If you go to, we go to, I think, watch and broadcast, it should be in there. There's the live tournament broadcast. Round 2, 155 people watching. Let's just click on that one. Also different type. It's supposed to be a bit easier to navigate, but we'll still see. Okay, so there's round 2, boards, players, teams. Where do I want to go? Well, I want to probably go to teams. I like this overview. Overview looks nice. Sharing is caring. Embed this broadcast on your website. Round 2 PGNs. That's quite nice. That's really nice. Boards, players, teams. Let's go to teams. Unfortunately, with some of these, I just want to check. You can see it's broken up into portions, unfortunately. So it's about the tables they're sitting. So that's going to take some figuring out where they sit. QS the Africa, I'm not sure if they're showing where they're standing, the boards. What we can probably do, we can probably go here and we see round 2. Now let's look at the mean first. Let's try and do it that way around. Apparently they're sitting for this one, they say board 35. If that is true. Let's see if that's true. Board 35. So it's open matches, or 35. I'm not sure if that's going to be how it's working, because they're counting matches. So they're not talking about boards. So we're actually looking at boards. Oh, there we go. There's teams, Africa. Voila, that's what we want. That's what we want. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate this one to next page. So, so we're just having some fun. Let's open that one up. Open matches, all teams, South Africa, but now it's important, of course, that we have the women matches. So we also needed to reset. South Africa. Why is it not showing South Africa here? What if it's due with the number of the matches, but that's fine. We can try and figure that out. Arena FIDE Master, how are you, sir? Hope you enjoy the feeds. It's, as you can see, it's quite a puzzle to get around some of these platforms, but just glad to have it on. And the great thing about things like chess.com and lead chess, even as a, I want to say, normal player like myself, you can still follow it. You don't have to be a grandmaster to understand it. You can follow the analysis as well there. I'm just trying to get through the field mails. It's board 87 supposed to be, but I think it doesn't work that way. But anyway, we'll see now on lead chess. You can get it open. Where is South Africa? That's strange. Let's try teams. Sometimes they also have limited resources to show the games. Matches. It's a bit of a puzzle, right? South Korea, Seychelles, South Africa. Now this is the last one I'm selecting. It's always give me the last one, right? No, that is so interesting. Let's just go back to, just try and be funny here. Interesting, it's not picking up the men quite well. And then sure why it's not picking up the females. Let's make it 32 per page, maybe just a bit easier to filter through. Try not to be too harsh on platforms that's free, right? I mean, we can't be complain too much. Let's see if we players. Yeah, so I'm actually struggling a bit on lead chess to get around this. You can see here the players, also a tricky one. We should now have a search function here. Yeah, leech is just normally nice and clean without nonsense. Strangest thing that we're not on the list here. But I mean, there's there's a lot of countries, right? Sure, maybe I'll try and search the country names on this. So I must search for, maybe I'll search for February or something, or JC. What's easier? No, JC is not going to work. Okay, so I'm fighting with. Oh, in 3 minutes. That's quite nice to see the countdown. 1, 2. There's a search button there. Search. Can we type in South Africa, or is that not going to work? I'm checking for individuals. February. Oh. That's a pity. I think they have a cutoff on the number of boards they're using. I think I remember that from 2 years back as well. Them not having all the boards, which is a pity. The mean we can follow here. 2 minutes. Okay, for countdown. Okay, let's get back to chess.com platform. I'll probably pop in and out a little bit. As with time, if we have to predict, it can take up to 5 hours a match. Especially, I think, on the men's side today, playing against Cuba, just a crazy, super strong team. You can just see it's just GMs all around. Fortunately for Jan and for Benele, we can say their GMs dropped below 2,500, but still, it's a tough crowd if you look at the ratings. Hope we have some fun games. On the female side, South Africa having a better today than yesterday. Yesterday it was against, I want to say, star-backed team of China. Today, much better off against Pakistan. South Africa is really supposed to pull this one through for females. If we look at rankings, that's also important. With rankings, it's tough. I don't think our ranking's too bad. I think if I look at the rankings, I think the theme is that the mean. This is the mean. I think this is the RDG. I think this number 79 is actually their rating, 79th, and on the female side, 87. So very similar in rating. I think there's more mean teams, so generally a little bit stronger than mean but yes, we sort of in the middle. The female team is, I think, just below middle. That's why they played the 4th seeded team yesterday. Why that's such a tough Swiss pairing. On chess.com side, what I do like here is that I can remember games or things like that, or standings or chats. I just want to check here quickly. Yes, the under games that's recently viewed. So if you sort of get lost on the left hand side, you can click there. I want to say I struggle with both, actually, the way it's set up. But that might be me. Oh, who's playing white? Who's playing black? So Jan is second in a row white. So I'm not sure what Daniel and Kayla played. And so that's supposed to help a little bit. 1 minute to go. Of course, sometimes what we will see on these platforms is that there's delay in transmission. And the only reason I can give for that is typically for cheating, they try to have delayed reaction. From a technical point of view, not giving a person opportunity to relay electronic information to a person if they did get it right to get past anti-cheating measures. With these larger tournaments, they're supposed to have metal detectors and all kinds of things in place. Not sure. I think it's more about honor than money. Meaning, I hope that if they're playing for honor, you're not going to use assistance, and if you're playing for money, maybe that's where the temptations become too much on players and they start cheating. But surely, if it's up for honor, if it's your own honor, I suppose you will not cheat. If your country's honor, well, it's more of a drama if you get caught out for cheating. If we're talking about honor, it's not very honorable to be caught out cheating, right? But this is the game. It's many sports you'll have the scenario of cheating, the word of cheating coming up. I do believe most of our players are just there to give their best. So we'll try one more time. FIDE's website might also be an interesting one to follow this. Maybe I'll do that quickly. The previous Olympiads, they had, I don't want to say interesting interfaces. FIDE, I want to say the results, I don't think they're streaming necessarily, although most of them will stream on YouTube as well, so please go check it out. It's interesting to find your favorite streamers. Okay, so that's not chess result. I'm looking for a FIDE one. It might be this one. Saying International Chess Federation. It does say .FIDE. It's often different platforms, so it's saying .FIDE.com. So during Olympiads, I think they create new platforms or set on clean platforms. So I'm going to see on the right hand side top. So there we can see, so Chess Olympiad 2024, FIDE.com. There's the open. Let's look at the standings. Let's see if it's nice and clean. It looks nice. I think on the FIDE side, I like the standings here. It looks nice and clean. And I want to almost say official. Here we go. There's South Africa. Apologies if I'm very patriotic. I'm also looking at African countries. I'm always curious. For example, Egypt. We've got I want to say South African connection in Adam Forzi is a coach for some of our players. He's very active on our online chess hubs. So Egypt's got a very strong team. Many Africans got strong teams, but this will settle out quite a lot. I mean, there's so many rounds still left. On the female side, let's see if we can see that. So not much to see at this stage. It's just too open. I mean, first, there's how many teams? And then 73, guys. India. Not sure who they played. They should probably be a bit upset. Oh, but they got a draw. I see that's almost on tiebreakers that they pushed down a little bit. So they didn't have a 4-0 win. South Africa, of course, we also didn't have 4-0, so we're also dropping back in this category with 3.5 points. First round being Swiss pairings is supposed to be the top half of the field against the bottom half of the field, typically. So it's a tough for most, and so the top dogs only have things to lose. Now in South Africa, the mean were in the top half in round 1, and South Africa was the bottom half. That's why South African the mean had a nice pairing, easy pairing the first round, because we were top playing against the bottom half, while the females had a very, very tough pairing because we were just bottom half. In fact, we were 4th from the top on the bottom half, playing the 4th seeded China in female side. I'm eager to see things going on its way. Let's open up one of the games just to see maybe they have a refresh issue. Still waiting. Still very even. I do believe preparation-wise that a lot goes into this. Yes, typically players often with these top events travel with their coaches, which makes it a tricky one, as most of your GM's top players, of course, want to play. So, for example, Adam Forsey, he's playing himself, and I can't believe that he will be able to have the capacity to still coach while there's a tournament going on, like this one. So the South Africans, they might be out of some of the coaches for this tournament. Although typically you do travel with a team, and I do believe South Africa has acquired the services of a team coach. Okay, things are on its way. So hopefully they've got a nice strong team and strong management team to back them up. Many of them, the parents will be their backup. Okay. Interesting to see a lot of E4s. Yesterday I also noticed E4s. E4, and on Cuba's side, Benile playing D4 as well. Of course, this will be nice and quick, as they know the opening lines. They're not going to waste a lot of time. Edler Cuba, great to see Ray Lopez going on there. Jan's side. Don't know all my openings that well. Especially, there's a king side opening, but that would have been interesting. Scandinavian, not sure. Okay, but yes, they would typically go quite rapidly through the openings. They know their stuff. On the female side, we'll close a couple of tabs. Maybe things will go a bit quicker then. But hopefully they just can be solid. Using Clay playing, is it Karuka on that one? Ooh, I need to play more online. In this team, we're playing Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. Unfortunately, I spend more time on streaming and live and work than playing myself, which is a pity. Okay, of course, I think they might have issues with GGT boards and things like that as well. And what's quite nice here, there's the analysis. I think everyone's just playing book here. So we're not going to find anything strange. But this is, I do enjoy this. I mean, it's really, so it was the Karukan against Jan Karsten, and this is great. You can really get into the mix of things with the openings. They prepare really well, so nothing should go wrong at this stage. It should pretty much be book moves all the way through. What's interesting here, this now seems where there's a I want to say not in the book anymore, but that's of course where things start to slow down a bit. Okay, if we start going analysis, I'm not sure what I have on with my analysis today and with my settings. Generally, I want to see. Sorry, I just want to close some of these. Want to join. So my settings, surely I want to typically see everything I can see, because analysis, oh yes, there we go. I want to put on analysis. Of course I want to put on analysis, because you want to see the strength on the left-hand side of this board. This is, I mean, this is part of the fun. So White starts off with a bit of a advantage anyway. But this stage, if we say Stockfish is right, you have White will be half a point up, but he doesn't pan out like that towards the middle and the end of the game. Okay, so most of the players went through the openings. Maybe I'll just go through a couple as well. So Daniel Barish. So again, of course, I want to see the analysis. Of course, this can be 100% accuracy as well. We just turn back the clock. I think I want to see the opening. So it's Queen Pawn, Indian, maybe King's Indian defense. Okay, that's the Knight's variation. I've sometimes played this before as well. I do like the King's Indian defense, but he's playing a more Indian game. Okay, there we go. So pretty much still all squared up. Okay, sorry about that. Just want to open up again. Okay, so that was, we looked at Jan. We're going to look at young Caleb. They're all very young in my book. Okay, so let's look at the opening as well. And okay, so matching King's Pawn, playing Roy Lopez. So of course for White, what's the idea with White? So if you play Roy Lopez, so he might be very happy. If you play Roy Lopez, typically the higher rated player must always win. That's sometimes the idea. Going Roy Lopez or the Spanish attack, very sound. I quite like the Roy Lopez, so I'm not going to say it's ever boring because I played Roy Lopez before. Interesting, weakening his king side, but anyway. So now black looks good, but no, sorry, I want to say white looks good. Oh no, so black looks good because of the center. But why would I not prefer this? Yeah, well, statistically, white is still have the upper hand. Yeah, it's maybe the king on black side. I'm not a big fan of having king open. Not sure if he's planning to castle queenside. But anyway, let's get going. Okay, so that's Caleb start. Very stock standard still. They should be well prepared for the openings. Okay, let's go there, go back. So Benele playing white. So Queen's Pawn. Supposed to be what, positional, so modern defense. That is true, that is modern. Almost might be a dragon, an accelerated dragon or something. Okay, just playing normal nice stuff. It's got a lot of space, 3 pawns attack. I typically quite like this. I mean, it just looks great. So white is still looking good. Let's say a bit passive, but it is what it is. Pseudo Austrian attack. Okay, so it's just stock standard, allowing Benile to hopefully be fine on time and just get his openings in the way he knows his openings. It's stock standard lines. Can be, surely he's prepared for this lines in these lines still. Okay, so it's looking good, but you know, these guys are so strong, the Grandmasters. If you look at the difference in rating, it does make a difference. But yes, you can probably say it's a good start for South Africa if they play really well. A couple of draws, maybe even a couple of wins. But we're really rooting for them very strongly. Playing online, Jan Karsten played a lot online during COVID time, so personally I will be rooting for him. Kreml 2008. And I want to say who's not following Jan Karsten, if you're South African supporter, you don't have a choice. You have to. He's young, up and coming, maybe our next GM. Okay, so accuracy is looking very good. Okay, so let's just go to the females. I'm not sure if JC the board is stuck, maybe. That might be a DGT board that's stuck. Hopefully the arbiters are running around fixing it. Then and Chloe, it's quite well advanced already. Some of these games, I want to say it might be past the opening, but I just need to check. No, it's probably still an opening. Let's jump back quickly. Okay, so we're rooting for, well, if you're South African, you're rooting for Chloe, for black. I hate playing against the Coruscant because I don't know my openings, although this looks for white, it looks good. It's quite an early take. Okay, anyway, so she knows the openings. So black is good. Okay, our black's looking good still. Okay, but that's still very much still in the opening. Let's look at Robin's game. Shout out to Calvin. Thank you for the coaching you gave me. I wish my retention was better because you gave me great coaching. But I suppose I'm more than a supporter than a player. So, but hopefully I can treat myself to another trading session if I ever have time. Okay, so we're rooting for Robin. She's the African again. That's interesting, starting 3 pawns. Pushing the pawn. Okay, taking it actually. Okay, that's fine. White's still looking good. Remember, white's going to have a much better day here today. So Africa's going to be have a much better day today, just because of rating. I want to say numbers don't lie on this level. Okay, black looks good. Doesn't look too bad. They're quite close in rating actually. 1764 of Robin and 1709 of the lady from Pakistan. Okay, so this might be a very, very tight game. Still very, very accurate play. Okay, where are we? We're Davida Strong, a young lady. Okay, still, you can see it's in the opening, so it's very, very accurate still. At most, we might be curious to see what type of openings we're playing. Oh, the French defense. Again, I struggle with these openings because I don't know my opening lines, but the rush pretty good. But still no problem for black. Pushing to open, that looks nice. There shouldn't be any surprises in this. Although Ayat asked me 1-4-2-3, we might see some early blunders from a rated player, a very, I want to say similar to my rating. But might be they're not playing that often competitively. So they must just be careful. Players can lift their play quite a lot. So it might be that the rating is not telling the truth here. But otherwise, Davida, we're really rooting for her. If you're from South Africa, okay. Jesse, we need your board up and running. One of our favorite players. So I'm pretty sure they're already playing. But the board's not up and running. We'll check back. Hopefully they get it going. Okay. Okay, things will slow down quite a lot now at this stage. So we're looking, I suppose we want to look at accuracy. I mean, that is important. So analysis, just want to quickly check. So I prefer bishop take h6. Okay, or even suggested knight f3. Knight e2. Well, it's still, I mean, it's still not, let's say, top 3 move. But that's how these marginal things can change on these platforms. I want to say these platforms, because it's not, I don't think it's perfect. Maybe on the right hand side, your best moves, that might be indication of best moves. I do think that's the case. I mean, it's really super strong stockfish or system analysis they're using. Okay, so there's Jan. Fortunately, as well, if you're looking at the boards like this, you can actually see if the weight has changed. At this stage, I don't believe it means too much if the weight is either side. A pawn is supposed to be what, 1 point. Okay, so one blocky should be a pawn. That's the way I normally view it. On the female side, I just want to see why on the female side we don't have that. Maybe the setting, I just want to quickly see if I can fix up the settings. Medium grid, small grid, because it is nice to see hello. I'm not sure why it's pointing out so nicely with these players. So their setting is quite good. I think it looks at it the same way. Maybe I'll just refresh a bit. Take only active games off. Africa. Hello. Let's go home. Let's go to, did we go to games here? Yes, it's under games. And then, yeah, that's a pity. It's actually, let's say all rounds. And then South Africa. Interesting. It's so different. Of course, I want to see the strength. Dashboard. It's not going to be dashboard, but we have a little bit of time in between to check it out. Can you have a chat in between? I'm not going to chat. Let's get back. Watch events. And if you look at the others, you can see all the men showing the balances of the matches. Round 2. Let's click on that one. Hopefully, if we get a nice clean one, it's going to be better. There we go. I think it fixed it up. South Africa. There we go. Okay, so currently looking still pretty good. It'd actually be nice if I can have a team where it's showing the men and the female. But I don't think I can do that in the sense that on the chess.com side, well, I can find ways to do it, but on chess.com side, they've put together it in such a way. What I might be able to do, let's do that for interest's sake. Hopefully I'm not going to break it. Okay, there is my, let's do that. So that would be, that was silly. Oh, it's Cuba. It's showing, it's supposed to show the women's sections. Okay. Okay, so I need to fix those. Still waiting for JC's game. Sure, she started. Let's be curious. Let's go to FIDE live. No, that's not going to work. Remember, we couldn't find it on lead chess, so let's go to FIDE. Chess.com. FIDE, the Indian Express. I'm looking for another platform, but I'm only finding chess.com. Let's call it live, right? Let's call it live. To chess.com streaming. Let's try FIDE. I'm not sure if it's going to work. Chess base. Chess.com. This is for me just an interesting exercise as well. If you're curious about what platforms there are. No, go away. Well, don't go away. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is FIDE's website. Okay, so let's go and see if we can go women, pairings, results, standings, teams, PGN. Okay, so it's not live. I can't see that it's live. Olympiad's welcome schedule, fair play for players or media. Pairings results, maybe we can go women there, but I don't believe they're linking up the GGT boards to the site, but we might be lucky. Okay, let's see if I click on JC. What's going to happen? It's showing her profile. It's showing her profile. I'm going to click on. Okay, so that's not. I'm not expecting that to work. I'm curious to see chess base, chess Olympiad live. Round 2. Pairings and standings, live games and commentary. Women's side. We want to go to see that one, right? Okay, so load selected games. Not sure how easy or difficult this will be. Okay, I might have to log in as well, which I don't really want to do. Okay, so let's go to no. Chat. No, guess. Yeah. Not sure how are they sorting this one. Because there's many people. I did notice Hailey or something's African player there. Okay, and what's the other one? The other one was, I can't remember. Okay, so it's not I want to say it's not always that simple. Chess base should be pretty okay. Let's see. Pairing standings, let's go click on women. Maybe we've got a link from there as well. At least I know I can hear there's some action in the background. Okay, so pretty much, I think rerouted. Oh, it just rerouted. Pairing standings on chess results. Okay. Not what we want to see. Okay, so let's go away there. And it is what it is. We'll hopefully find out soon enough what went wrong. Okay, so our females, you can see some action there. Robin, let's see. Some good action depending on who you're rooting for. No, it's not really. It might be small things that maybe went wrong. So Robin being white. We did see this before. Looks all still very good. Ooh, the bishop there. Nice. I would maybe that's why it's telling us that white is up. It's a pretty strong bishop pair that the board looks open enough for bishops to rule here. So going in a good direction for white, we suppose. But I mean, of course, there's still a lot of things that can happen if you looked at the analysis. JC's board is up and running. Let's see what funny things will happen here, because did they just set the board, or did they actually put in the moves? I would hope they put in the moves as well. JC being white, Sicilian. Okay, interesting putting your queen back. Normally I'm used to just pulling back my queen completely. Queen D1, but I mean, you can see in the games it's not the best move. so trust JC to know her openings, right? Okay, so maybe they just had a slow start. It seemed maybe they picked up there were issues and they delayed the start a bit. Okay, close, still looking standard. Let's just quickly see this one again. Openings. Davida. That's where she took in. I think it's a good idea to open the game up a bit. I think it's the worst idea. Okay, let's look at the main. Okay, the main side. Sorry, that's not the main side. The main side. Maybe on Benelli's match is taking a bit of shape. And maybe on Jan's side as well. So let's quickly have a look and see what imbalances they think they have there. Just analysis. You want to almost midway see better analysis, but let's look at not all of the moves. I'm not sure what feedback they'll give here. That seems like openings might still be better. Okay, so Jan went there, remember, and then we played that, let's say, slight inaccuracy. Even here already, there's only 2 games, and now we're not in the books anymore. Which is very interesting. Normally these GMs, they want to take games off the book. Not sure if that's your best move. I mean, it's just, you have to then reroute, I suppose, which you're planning to do. Knight H6 is a good move, second favorite move, and then Knight E2 was the second favorite move. Then the pawn pushing G6 was pretty much also suggested by Stockfish. So still nothing spectacular, but at least it's good to see Jan having slight advantages. Even so, given by a computer. Okay, let's see at Benelli. Some inaccuracies according to to Stockfish. Of course, here initially there's nothing to this. Interesting even here, the GM going, no, that's still okay. Pushing. Okay, just because it's the part of the openings doesn't mean it's the best moves. Why? Because these will be master games. So it could have been. Okay, so that's the questionable one they have here. And this is probably where it's going to go, but actually still within in the books. But as I said, it's master game, so it doesn't mean they don't make any mistakes. But was the questionable one, maybe giving black quite the advantage, as you can even see if when white played this move, Benelli played this move on the right hand side, it shifted quite a lot where well hopefully E takes D6 is one of the better moves actually for white. And the search engine suggests they suggest C takes D4 as the best move. Fortunately for Benelli, he didn't jump on top of it, so that was good. Castled, pretty solid. I don't think we're in the openings anymore, are we? Wow, there's still matches like these. And here, statistically, he didn't play a move according to what was picked by other masters or best moves here, unfortunately. But again, nothing too bad. So he survived quite well from the E takes D6. Okay, so pretty much solid moves. Knight E4. They will probably see these as natural moves. Probably still developing a bit with your bishop still out there. Okay. So really interesting stuff if you're supporting a country to watch it this way. And let's see the ladies if they were in action. So still Robin pushing strong. Jessie also, even at this stage, it seems like there's slight advantages. And then Davida, for some reason, they had an inaccuracy, we guess, if we look at that picture. If we look at games, I suppose, let's say as a beginner, there's a couple of things you can look at. So if we look at the boards, I doubt that there's material advantages. Development still looks very similar. White's looking a bit more centralized, but nothing that I would have said that there's a 0.81 difference. If we look at the analysis, even on analysis, if we look through here, all the moves, there's no questionable moves. It's just, let's say, slow. It's just a slight advantage based on, what will this be? Computer numbers. Okay, so but yes, the Ayad Asmi as a lesser rated player really have a good advantage here. But things can change quickly, so that's interesting. Computers, which with AI and all these things, might mean something. If you look at Robin's match, so I want to see where this advantage came from. If it's a true advantage, even in this sense, it almost doesn't look like a true advantage. If we look at positionally, it's just stronger, and you want to almost say historically it's not stronger. So sometimes the question must be in which shoes you want to be. Well, I would like the bishop pair. So for me, the bishop pair on the king's side, yes, the king on black looks secure. But really, there's only 1, 2, 3 pieces, and white can probably shift their knight quite quickly over to the king's side if they wish to attack. So maybe Robin will have more flexibility. Yeah, maybe a hidden development too. Okay, but yes, Robin, you look great. I mean, we want you to do well today. Yesterday was tough for everyone. For the ladies. Okay. I'm probably going to take a bit of a break. Let's see if I can just do the settings a little bit better. Let's make it a small grid. I really want to see the information on the side. Okay, let's make it a small grid there. That seemed to be working well. And there's a small grid too. Okay, then we just want to try and position it such a way that we can see both screens. I'm not sure if I'm going to get that right. But I can try. Where is the scroll bar? I can't see the scroll bar. There we go. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad. And then there we go. Okay. Okay, we have some action. I suppose some good, some bad, but some action nonetheless. Especially on the ladies' side, quite a lot of action. If you look here on the differences in the left-hand side scale of the matches. So let's look at a couple first. I'm just going to take it from the top. Just expand that one. So with the men, let's look at Daniel Barish, FIDE Master. And then Jan Karsten, then Caleb, then Vanelli. You can see some movement here on Jan's side. So let's see, hopefully it's a permanent advantage that he's created. And Vanelli's side, let's hope that positionally he can still get traction back. So let's see why it is what it is. Time-wise, Caleb is looking great. He really pushed through, creates a lot of time for himself. With his opening, I guess. But yes, let's get going. Just a quick overview of the matches. Okay, so the first one, if we look at the analysis, let's look at the analysis because we were past the opening. No, let's start with the opening. So initially, it would have been this Indian game. Looks nice and settled. Wants to grab. Okay, I think that's okay. You see, that's not in the book anymore. So it's out of the book. Okay, white. Normally the white bishops are strong, so I don't think black will mind to give up the black bishop. I would typically not be comfortable with that, but let's just go back to the analysis. So bishop a6, it's not a bad move. It's okay, so that's the best move anyway. Queen take is the obvious move. Knight takes g3 is definitely the best move. H to open file. I guess that can become very interesting on white's side, where they have the channel maybe. Black opening up. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that move. Your F pushing your F pawn. Also computer not a fan of that. Also you create a weakness there on your E pawn, I suppose. So you want to draw the C pawn push or the rook E8. Makes sense for later open files. H6, protecting the king there. Okay, but anyway, so he's, I think he's probably, maybe he's creating space for his knight, but all in all, pretty still even. Go Daniel. Okay, on the opening side, if we went back to this one, this was the Jan Karsten game. So the Karukan, let's say theoretical. Yeah, I think it's just a bit slow. I'm sure there's games here. Oh, there we went off the book already. And Jan. Okay, we didn't like that move too much, but it's okay. Then G pawn. Okay, that's also, let's say, acceptable. But moving back slightly, actually it recommended also that you're pretty safe to castle. Bishop moving into that position. Not a fan of that. He's not a fan of that. It's seeing actually bishop G7. Third. Oh, not the best move. Good for Jan. Then knight bishop taking bishop. No, it's a pity he did that. The white bishop. Wanted knight F4 rather, or castle. Okay, anyway, so there we go. Queen. But again, queen was not the best position. I'd wanted the weak knight to move into the F pawn. So good again for Jan grabbing back that small advantage again. Queen just moving out. Let's say nothing to that. It is actually the best move recommended by Stockfish. Queen just moving back into a safer position, so also let's acceptable. The pawn from Jan pushing the pawn up. Last move. I think he thought quite long about that one, so that's just a pity. That was quite a tough move. Yeah, not sure why I did that. Because now the queen's going to take Shirley. Shirley's in trouble. Okay, that's a pity. Anyway, next one. It is what it is. Okay, so in the opening, went through with Caleb on black. It's a stock standard still. Everything's still okay here. White still definitely has the advantage game-wise. Oh, that's quite a nice push. That's quite a nice pawn push. I like that one. I like that move. But amazingly, there's still games out there. So it's saying for black. I think that's saying it's an exceptional good move. I think that's what that one is for. Great to find that move. Very good move found. And then backed up also by another good move. So Caleb's still looking very good here. Okay, so it goes on. And I think somewhere, unfortunately, as I see black, typically if you move to the edges, computers will not like that as a move, as a good move. Doubled up pawns a little bit there. Taking the black bishop, but that's fine still. So actually quite still even. So good job, Caleb. Unfortunately, Bandela is not playing very accurately. So let's see. I think there already it's complaining. It wasn't too happy with that move. But then we were lucky on that side. It's still in the boot. It's actually still part of the games. Amazingly so. Then white. And that's the thing about these games, as soon as you see a move that's not in a master games, often it's really not the best move. So in this case, it wasn't a recommended move. So there we go. So unfortunately, Vanilla is just slowly giving slow advantages. Why do we not like the pawn there? I don't think it's the worst move, but unfortunately, I suppose it all just adds up. So black just really coming through very strong, very naturally. Can quite quickly with a bishop, queen, just see the king can become just slowly but surely running into problems here. Okay, so that one is a bit of pity. Okay, so it's those games. On the female side, supposed to be okay, so let's on the female side. Lots of big movements there. So JC looking strong, Chloe, Robin looking strong, and Davida. That game, I think there was quite an advantage. Oh yes, no, it's the other way around. Okay, so JC, let's quickly look at her game. So far, so opening wise, playing white. Okay. It's called the Smith-Morra Gambit, part of the Sicilian. White's looking very strong here already. In fact, they were in 12 games, but it really favored white. So quite quickly, Jesse came into a very good position. Didn't like that one, right? But that's, I think, intuitively, you don't always want to move back. But anyway, also lacking a little bit of development, I suppose. Castle long, that's interesting. Now it's a chase for the kings, right? That's a bit static, I guess. Queen, oh, I'm seeing it as a blunder. Why? Because then bishop she did see the blunder, took the knight, and then, wow, that's nice. Okay, so attacking the backward pawn. Okay, so queen, she should have protected it with queen c5. Oh, that's interesting. Queen c5. Anyway, okay, there we go. Boom. Change of queens, pawn up. Oh, another pawn's fawning there. Jesse, you're ruling this one. That's questionable, but I'm sure she just wanted to exchange pieces to simplify the game, right? Okay, so it is looking really, really good. It should be 1-0 there. It should be. Okay, but life's not always simple. Okay, what's the next one? That would be on Chloe. She had a tough break somewhere. Let's see where things went wrong. Still looking solid for both sides. Okay, so let's go to the analysis side of things. That is actually interesting that black at this situation, but you know, you can get out quickly with the knight, so no problem. And then we'll take the bishop back, no problem. A3, still even. Computer didn't like that move too much, but still it's acceptable. B3, then bishop G5. And you gave away a good bishop, but let's see why it's so dramatic. Let's say dramatic. Oh, it's because you have, okay, this scenario. Okay, there we go. And then you have to take back. And then you queen d3. That's interesting. Queen d3. Okay. Then rook trying to patch up. Then the coming in there as well from all sides now. Oh, it's tough. I think it's just positionally. Pieces will start to fall now. I think that's the problem. Also, that knight's going to come into a very good position there. Okay, let's take a look at the this one. Let's ignore what we noticed there. Okay, so rooting for white. That's a nice setup for me. It doesn't look bad, banana defense. But computerized, it doesn't like black situation, really. But I think black would still feel okay here. Back attacking the backward pawn. Yeah, these are two bishops. I just love the two bishops, right? Okay, let's go. We're actually still in games here. which is interesting. Open files, fighting for open files, I suppose. And then the queen, the questionable queen, move there. Okay, but that you can't always find the best moves, right? Queen C2. Was hoping for A5, pushing the pawn. Anyway, so there we go. A5 there, she found the move. Pushing back the queen. Knight A2. I'm not a fan of that, but I think I understand the idea. Knight A4 on the side, it's a little bit weaker. Blunder, Knight E5. Why is it a blunder? You can follow up by Knight B6, attacking the rook. Then Rook A7, Bishop take the knight on E5. Just want to play the continuation. So the continuation would be then Rook A7, Rook A7, then Bishop takes E5, and then Bishop takes E5, and then Bishop G4. It's interesting how you've got these slight changes, but the knight does look good. It's just interesting you want to take the bishop or the knight, I suppose. Well, the knight's really strong there on B6. Okay, so that's that one. Then Davida strong. Last one for now. I'm looking okay. That's okay. That's still cool. That's still good. A small advantage is popping up, right? Just small advantages for white. Okay, they'd even out a bit again. Let's go to the analysis. So very even currently here. Oh, that's cute, right? From black to Vida. I'm grabbing a pawn. It's saying it's temporary, but it looks pretty good to me. Queen back. That looks okay to me. Why do you do that? What a strong chain. Ouch. For Vida, wow. You're gonna struggle to protect that now. You know, you're parking off pieces. That poor black bishop's not worth much there. Okay, so yeah, that's that's it for now. Let's keep our eyes open on this, fixed on it. Looking forward to see some change, and hopefully it's in the direction I want it to be. Time-wise, it's amazing that time is creeping up on them, but remember now, after what 40 moves, you will still get extra time. So those of the players in time trouble, they will just have to be aware of that. But I think they they know that I want to say they're professionals. Okay, so we're back quickly. There's some great action, so so let's see if it's true. But let's take it from top. So of course we're going to look at the mean first. So the mean side. If you look at it currently, South Africa very even on board 2 and 3 and 4, but on board 1 we're trailing a bit with Daniel Barish, although here also seems like there's some great movement on Jan's board as well. So definitely some excitement here. Okay, but this time around I'm going to try to be quicker. It is a, let's say, weeknight for me. Although never too much of a weeknight to have a nice glass of wine. The streaming is just a little bit slow, so apologies for that. Okay, so yes, Daniel Baruch is struggling a bit. In my mind, that's 1 or 2 points down. So let's just move along from that one. So in most probability, we're going to drop that one. Remember, after 40 moves, the players will get half an hour extra, but yes, time is becoming a real issue. With Benele, this looks actually quite great. After there was a stage, if I'm just going to jump back a little bit, there was a stage when Balilo was really down. I mean, on the left hand side, you'll see that he's in trouble, and that's two solid points down. But in some way, it just shows how good and underrated our players are. He just found a way to, almost, I want to say, toughen it up. So I found a great move there. Black found a great move there as well. But really, Queen made a mistake, and he's back in the game. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, you've got. I mean, this might be a draw. I mean, pawn wise, if you have to pick a side, pawn structure wise, I'll pick white all day long. Okay, so let's, well done. I mean, you guys are awesome. On Daniel Baruch's side, we had that one already covered. Then Caleb also doing very well there, still even. Quickly look at Jan. I think that's the one we missed. Looking at Jan's game. We're holding it up. I mean, and yes, South Africa, in my mind, we're not Europe, unfortunately. So yes, it's very expensive for our guys like the Jan Karstens, like Caleb, to travel abroad and to play in tournaments where they can get norms. So are they good enough? Yes, I believe they are. Do they have the opportunity? Well, that's tough. You need money, resources to travel abroad. So I think Caleb and Jan seems to be able to travel abroad. But there might be youngsters out there that's not that fortunate. So yes, you have to be really good, but also you need opportunities. And let's really hope that between Jan and Caleb and some other youngsters, they can breathe through. They're very young, so they still have the opportunity and time. to pave the way for the rest of the youngsters. Okay, what I want to look at here, it's pretty straightforward. Jessie has a clear advantage. Robin has a clear advantage. Davido's got a clear advantage. But this game, I want to see what happened here because Chloe was in trouble here. She was in real trouble. She made an error a bit earlier on, an error I would have made as well because these ladies can play chess. But she got her out of trouble. And so I just want to see what happened. I mean, yes, she was in real trouble still. What happened was, yes, she blundered technically, and yeah, that knight just came in horribly for her. So she sacrificed the queen for 2 knights. I mean, that's just horrible. I mean, she's done a lot. And somehow she's stuck in there. She just stuck in, and she, I suppose, yeah, she's stuck in there. And for white, 1,700 rated player, she blundered. And Chloe was good enough, must have been good enough to find the best moves. She found the best moves. She forked the queen. I see that she forked the queen and wow, she's back in the game. Why? Because she had to remember she's only 3 down. So if she can get the queen, that's 5 up. Is she? Oh, that's amazing stuff. So well done, Team South Africa. Just shows the difference. 200 rated player, 200 rated difference between the 2 players pulling it off. I hope you enjoy this still. I'm going to watch from the sideline. And I'm really, I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Okay, so the latest is that Jan is making really us tense here. But of course now, hopefully you remember this, that if we get to, I think, 40 moves, getting to 40 moves, you will get your extra half an hour. So really, you must just be safe, not make any blunders, and then you should be fine. On the ladies' side, also things are to conclusion, but I just want to focus a little bit on these, where things are heating up quite a lot on these games. Okay, so if we look at Jan's game, you basically have now 30 seconds per move until he's out of so definitely having to sip on a glass of wine on my side. But these guys are tough. I mean, Jan is young, but they know how to play and deal with stress. Okay, so there we can see it's move 36. Sorry, I just want to get the size of the screen right for us. But unfortunately, you can see there were a couple of moves where he struggled, but that's purely time pressure, right? So time is becoming a bit of a headache for him. Okay, so we supporting white, I hope. Still looking okay. The point is to find best moves. You cannot go through your candidate moves at this stage. You just have to, I suppose, play in gut and get through this. But yes, also don't, as I said, don't be surprised now if you see all of a sudden there's a jump in time. It will happen when he's out of the woods. Maybe as a youngster, Jan Karsten, maybe as a youngster against a grandmaster, this might just be the thing that you might need to push through a couple of quick intuitive moves. But yes, Jan, you've got the nerves. I think my nerves is more shattered than yours, and maybe your dad's. Okay, and the analysis. What's nice about the analysis for us as spectators, we can see what's the best move. So for us, it's easy. It's not fair. So we already know which is some of the candidate moves you want to look at. So it seems like G5 is a good option to push. It looks very scary because then the king's opening up, but I suppose there's no queen on Jan's side, which is also interesting that you've got this imbalance going. It makes for interesting games. Okay, so yeah, I hope you find your move. Rook D7. Doubling up, I suppose, on the pawn. G5, A6. Oh, these are tough times. Great. I mean, how awesome are these guys? Okay, now remember I think the next move, you will see the clock should autocorrect. Hopefully the chess.com is aligned properly with the DGT boards, as this can sometimes be an issue on the DGT boards. We also have to focus on that as well to call the arbiters if it messes up. What an interesting game. I think what will be interesting is here that sometimes on the opponent's side, there might also be a bit of a pressure, even if it's a human pressure of your opponent playing fast, it might also hurry you up a bit, meaning you might also make mistakes. You're probably supposed to be nice, calm, and just go through your normal processes. But the last couple of moves were quite quick, meaning, in my mind, Jan also rushed his opponent in playing moves. Unfortunately, here you can see really, because of time, I think it's time. I think time-wise, Jan just didn't have the time to look for the best moves. That's it. So some of these moves, you have to look at it in context of time as well. With the other men, just have a quick look at that. I see, unfortunately, Daniel Barish is moved back a bit. Caleb is amazing, he's still holding up. How even is that time not of 5 minutes, 3 minutes aside? Banile also, how amazing is that? Pulling back a game of being down a little bit, even time-wise, he's looking okay. The number of moves, most of them should be fine. They know the deal. But the rest of us back home, we're sitting in suspense with these time issues. Just want to quickly check to see here, time-wise, they still need 6 moves for this, so they should be fine. Even, I mean, 8, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, I think they should be fine as well. But unfortunately for them, you typically at this level, they want maximum time per move. So I mean, here between Caleb and his opponent, they will get rushed because at this rate they're playing relatively slowly, not wanting to be inaccurate, and their accuracy is very, very good. Finding best moves, spending their time on finding the best moves, having the knowledge to find the best moves. Okay, let's say Benele. You can see there again, it's such a quick move by the opponent. I mean, you're risking quite a lot. I know you want to take time away from Jan. You're risking your time now. Let's see, Rook A7. That's interesting. Oh, just one move, Jan. Just one move. You've got this. Okay, there's just a lag. You can see these are 30 minutes added. So what might have happened here is that already received his 30 minutes, but the time just had to run through those couple of seconds. That might have been the case. They're just overrunning. Okay, so I think we can calm down a bit, so we should be fine. Just looking at the females, okay, so let's go back. Now it's just the normal game continuing. Just want to close down a couple of things. Really looking tough there. Okay, on Caleb's side as well, there's also a bit of movement there. But let's look at the females. That is really coming to a conclusion now already. The females or ladies. So white has won. So Jessie did the job. Chloe really out of nowhere, she just stuck in there. Davida came through and now just waiting for Robin. But again, Chloe, I think really pull it out of the woods. It's life. You're young. You'll get used to it. you're far more experienced than most of us over the chessboard, so you'll know sometimes you just have to top it up and you'll get there. Of course, you'll feel sorry for your opponent. But I think in this game against Chloe's, let's say nature, or let's say Chloe's strength, she did, I mean, yes, she is still going well. And I think it was just one move, right? Just the one move. 300 FIDE rated, cashed in, and came in with all the right moves. Even so that she had to sacrifice a queen. Fortunately with a queen, she took a knight and a second knight. So then she, I suppose now it was Zenobia's job to keep the queen centralized. Yes, between the two rooks and then the queen, they might not be as mobile or flexible or diverse as a knight and a bishop, but still she was supposed to cash in. That was her job. Maybe that queen b5, actually, I noticed that quickly. I mean, that's a good move. You start using your queen to come in. Even there, you had almost a second opportunity at going for it. So here, let's see how Chloe hanged in there. Okay, that looks like a good move to me. But you know, there you come in with a very good position for your knight. So knight's in a good position. That's still only up there and there. So not many moves later. Not too many moves later. How many moves later is this? So yes, your fumble, let's say move 15. And she played it tough, 15. I mean, it's crazy stuff actually if you think about it, move-wise. 15, 26. I mean, only 10 moves later, you come back. And now, if you're 1900 versus 1700, the 1900's not going to come back, not after that shocker. Okay, then a second blunder. Not a best move. Really not the best move. But you only have, you can see the analysis, only a couple of options. And then, I mean, I suppose if you look at this, it's game over. It's just, there shouldn't be two ways about it. If, of course, you know how to mobilize your pieces, because for many of us, this will be very, very technical to there we can see the rooks are nicely connected. Yeah. Oh, okay. I wouldn't have the game for this. Okay, so it's just technically very sound. Okay, so the ladies are doing wonders. So Jessie, Chloe, Davida, they're now waiting for Robin to celebrate. She's holding them back from celebration. I hope they do celebrate a little bit before they get a good night's night rest. Because tomorrow 3 p.m. So it's Africa at 7 p.m. GMT +2. So it's winding down, maybe preparing already tonight. And then again tomorrow morning, you can probably prep again against your opponents. They will not know the opponents yet, so I suppose at this stage, you might go through your matches just to see what happened, just to get closure. Get closure on the game, and then tomorrow hopefully you have a good team to help you analyze your opponents and get a game plan. This was nice. We had this earlier showing this one, finding some good moves here. But really, it's the end of the game already. Oh, this is the end. Yes, so from Pakistan's side, and 3 opponents gone, they left the tables. I suppose you're still supporting your opponent, but it's much easier for our team to stand behind Robin and support her than for Gul. I mean, it's just I just want to finish things up. That's all I would want to do. So this one should come to a quick conclusion. You were outplayed. I suppose sometimes if you're title players, I mean, surely you should know, the context of your title, the context with your rating, and you might say, well, your opponent's probably unlucky to not be a title player, for whatever reason, but she's definitely strong enough. So your title didn't protect you. Okay, so they finishing up. Let's quickly see what happened on the other side. I expect on the men's side, especially with Jan, things calmed down a bit. Daniel's having it tough. Caleb is now having it tough around Jan. So you're sitting next to each other. It's also, you want to stay focused on your game, but your eye will wander over to your colleague on your sides. I mean, it is a team sport here. And Benelia, hopefully you can still also produce some magic. Let's look at Caleb's game before I just quickly take a break again. Okay, so it's a very accurate game. And if you look pawn struck, pawns 2 for 5, it doesn't look too bad. The kings have to start to run a bit. Sorry, I'm moving backwards, not forwards, right? Okay, so here, I'm really hoping it's going to be drawish. Okay, that's exclaimed twice, right? Meaning it's a good move. Okay, so he saw a very good move. Took the first one. Check. Got back. Okay, but I really hope. Come on. We need a draw. Computer says it's not a draw, but many of us have seen places where it's supposed to be a draw and it's not. So what must we do here? Move the kings closer? No. They're saying pushing in. Oh well, found the best move there. How easy it's for them to find best moves here. And king e2. There's a king moving closer, which is fine. So white has the opportunity to move king closer, which is... Actually, they wanted rook e2 rather. That's an interesting one. They say see it as a blunder. So king position, to me it looks even, but I'm not a computer and I'm not on this level. But they are. They're the best of South Africa. Oh, Daniel Parish is also now running to time trouble. I wouldn't say time trouble. They're aware of the deal. I just want to check how many moves you have to get past to get out of the woods. It's actually both of them on the same boat. 2 or 3 quick moves and they're both okay. So the pawn down, it's not fun. Hmm. Good to see these different dimensions of the game where the standard game can still push into this blitz format as well. Okay, they're on 40 moves. They'll be fine. Okay, finding the right moves. Was that the right move? All these quick moves. Check. Come on, black. We're rooting for you. Okay, so one more move and they're okay. It's tough. It's fun. Not the best move. Great, now the knight has to get out of here. Why is the analysis so slow? Settings, let's see. Default. Analysis. Cancel. Okay, it makes sense to me to get the king closer. But it is the end game after all. Okay, Daniel Barish. It's tough, eh? Now they're both going to get their half an hour now. Caleb's not going to mind to draw. I mean, so if you're going to push him for a draw, he's going to give it the draw. There should be a correction here. I can see they didn't correct it yet, but we're on 42 moves, so hopefully that's just a chess.com problem, not a DGT board problem. You can see all of a sudden the game slowed down quite a lot, significantly. Okay, so that one is fine. I think he resigned. Okay, well, eventually it would have been dragged out and dragged out. So rather go and get you. I suppose you can always argue anyway, but in this case, I suppose rather go get your rest. It's more important, maybe. Good. I mean, to play against GMs, I mean, they're going to play more, hopefully more against more GMs that they've played in many months or years even. Okay, so this stage, Jan holding up the best for us on the men's side. So I just want to open that up. And on the female side, of course, it's time to celebrate. Pakistan, come on. Call it a day. We're waiting for miracles yet. Why is such a blunder? Apparently. Oh, you can push the queen away from the bishop. I suppose. Rook t3. Okay, so it is a bit up and down. So there, I mean, so black could have pulled it back a bit here. And he must never write up a bishop, I suppose, against a rook. I mean, it's a strong piece. Okay, so I suppose there's still some argument in not just resigning. Okay. Okay, so Jan's game. Oh, you find the best moves. I wouldn't. Sometimes you're fortunate. Remember, in chess like this, there's a couple of good moves, and you're okay picking either one. But it's those times when it's not as obvious which are the best moves. Let's see where the imbalance game. Okay, so came from Jan. That was that interesting move where he gave away lots of his advantage. Jan wants to play exciting chess, enjoys playing chess. So in my mind, this is what he wants to do. He wants to play exciting chess. And this is interesting. I mean, who doesn't want to see this? It's imbalanced. I sort of like the queen. So he goes out being the exciting, let's say, tactic or exciting exchange. And then he's sitting with, let's say, the two boring pieces and lost his queen. But I like that. I like the idea of that he can be flexible, that he can be, let's say, give away his queen, but then fight back with theory, I suppose. Jan, you need to give me lessons here. When's your school holiday? Okay. Okay. So yes, even at this level, they make apparent bad moves, but they're human, which is good to see for us. You know that they're still making human moves. So Jan is up there. This was the time pressure time. Remember that. We must keep that in mind. So time-wise, he had to get to his 40 moves. Otherwise, it would have been maybe a different story. But yes, amazing. He's still finding very good moves. Let's see with females happening. Really, remember there's only the one game left, so well done, Team South Africa. But Robin's opponent's struggling. It's tough. Please get get the full board on the screen for you. And then switching between the two. Okay, so the females, there's that one. Time, half an hour. Going to come back and view it. Let's see this one. Lots to play for here. But time is also still good, so we can really continue watching this. I did not want to do that. Come on, go away. Maybe now what I clicked. I press the play button. Okay, pause. Go to the end. Okay. Okay, let's see that one maybe. And how can we overlay this one to make sense? And oops, I closed it by accident. Open quickly. Remember GameChess.com, and then if you go to watch, you could have gone watch live there as well, but I went to watch now. And you go to, well, there's the first event. I don't want to look at the stream for now. There's the event. We went to games. I went to games in the open department and in search Iranian. You can watch amazing games here. I'm not going to fit it in. I want that board just to be a bit smaller. I'm playing around. Settings. Cancel. Let's see, what else can we do? Maybe we can set the board to be a large grid. And then we do that. This might be either way. Ooh. Okay, there's the one. Robin's game. I'm just filling around a bit. Okay, and then the other one, of course, we want these games on the screen. Okay. Okay, that might do the trick a little bit. I'm just going to balance it out a little bit for us. I'm going to hide in the background. Okay, so that's me out of the way. Okay, so do I have to wrap it up? Wow, so this is a very interesting result. Can you believe that? So with white being up, what happened? Was it repeating itself? Could just not get into a position. Wow. Can you believe that? Accepting a draw. I think they offered a draw and accepted it. I'm very surprised. I don't know what happened here. I mean, there's more than enough time. And maybe it was just tiredness creeping in. Or after these couple of moves felt like they didn't know the way forward, how to get out of this. It seemed like for white KF1 should have been a good idea. H4 could have been a starting point. If we start looking at these lines of KF1 and king, I mean, you can probably look at see where it's going. It shouldn't be a draw. So that's a pity. Analysis, KF1. I don't think there's analysis board, so let's try this. KF1. Okay, so queen. Let's try H4. Let's try the lines. Let's say I'm not going to open up. So let's say queen F6. Let's say H4. Queen D4. I like this. I like this move. I like this move. I think I like this move. Queen D4. Queen E5. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just very surprised. I'm just very surprised about the draw. I like this queen d4. I don't know why, because it's simplifying things. B3, B3, queen f6. Oh, surely you're going to take back. I don't know. Anyway, that's the conclusion. We'll probably hear, please support some of the other streams as well, like Calvin Klaassen. It is his wife's game, so hopefully he's going to be, maybe he's going to be nice and biased. We'll see how he feels about that. I'm just very surprised that it ended up in a draw, if the draw was offered, but these are the type of stories we hear afterwards. The inside scoops. Okay, so back to the mean. So yeah, so you're having a tough day at the office on the mean side. So Caleb lost. I mean, there's not honor in this. I mean, it's against GMs, the top players. It's just a pity because they held their own, but then the GMs pulled it through. This is Daniel Barish. If we look at his game, also technically speaking, not much in it anymore. Let's just have a look. Let's see what's going on here. So yes, white was just far more accurate in play. And the pawns are through. I mean, I think that's just the end of it. So if you ask yourself who you want to play here, it's not going to be black. It's going to be white. You want to play white, and you should be fine. Okay, so that's white. Just going to be grinding to the end. And then the hope was the Africa then on the men's side would be the young Carstens. You can see the accuracy is not amazing, but who cares? It's all about the outcome. So at this stage, I love these imbalances he created. It makes it just very interesting for all. Pawn-wise, pawn structures. Pawn structure, you're supposed to bet on white. Being pushed back a little bit. Time-wise, it's tough. I mean, it's really tough. But you're okay. I mean, I don't think black's going to come through. You've got 4 pawns to push through against 4. If you don't get through, it's a draw. I think as simple as that. So in my mind, very drawish play. Holding up against Grandmaster 2474. I don't know what the ratings work like, what the ratings are about anymore. I'm not sure. In my mind, it used to be about performance ratings and things like that. So Jan wants to have good opponents here. Not to share if norms are up for grab here, at what level the team will play. Because if the team is going down a bit and not playing against good opponents, then it's tough to get norms. But definitely it's time for our guys to shine against these tough opponents, to show what the potential is. And I do believe Jan has the potential to be the next GM. If not, we're going to wait a while. And it may be Caleb also a very good candidate for next GM. Very interesting is that to me is very interesting. And it is seen as the best move, and then followed by Queen A5, and then a Rook, actually H1. Wow. And time is crazy, right? Okay, finding the best move. But you can't see if there were any draw offers here. That will be very interesting to and who will do the draw offer? Will Dylan maybe? It's playing a youngster. I mean, if you're facing a youngster like this, maybe you want to rather just get the draw than Oh, that's quite nice. If I hover over the person, you can see on the right hand side. Maybe you can't see on the right hand side. I'm in your way. Let's do that quickly. Well, hover over the person. On the right hand side, you can see a performance of 2627. I hope that's correct according to FIDE regulations. If you won 1 against 1827 rated, it almost seems too high. And then if we look at Jan, same thing, the performance almost seems too high, because I can have a performance of 2,600 winning against a much lower rated player. But this is quite nice to see who they played against, the history. Everything will settle out quite a bit over time. This is also interesting. If I can hover there, I hope I can hover there, because I want to read the player the player bio by FIDE. I'm not sure I can do that because I hover there, and then if you click on, oh, there we go, read player bio. Dylan Isidro Badeas Ason. That's not really his player profile, so he's 26, also very young. Also a youngster. Young man. Interesting pieces you're sitting in front of there. Wow. So young, producing grandmasters. Let's see if we can find Jan as well. Oops. I don't think Jan is... come on. I don't think Jan... well, Jan is not really... doesn't have a profile on chess.com. That's why I didn't link through for him there. And he owes us a photo. Yeah, and you owe us a photo. Okay. Born 2008, born 10 years older. That's not too much if you're older, like I am. Anyway, so also a youngster. That's actually would be very nice to see over the board these youngsters take on each other. Wow. Okay, that's solid. I think to me this is solid. This is a solid structure. The bishop, the 2 pawns, that's solid. Okay, the pawn, that's a tough one to crack. So on both sides, I mean both sides, the pawn, that outside pawn and the b file pawn, that's a tough one. But if those are gone, you know, then the game is, I think, done. So you can see here rook c7 or rook h to d1. So it's a little bit static. Looks a little bit static to me. Rook c7. I don't like the disconnection, but I suppose it's okay. Analysis is just a little bit slow. Then bishop e1. Bishop e1. Oh, that's interesting. And then rook h7. Oh, that's nice, doubling up. And then king e4. Okay, let's just take it back. Oh, moves. Okay. Analysis. Okay, continuation actually. Wow. How do they know how to play this? How do you get the right plans, the best plans? Lots of studying of chess. The time is tough, right? 12 minutes difference. Crazy. Crazy. I think here there's mostly just good moves. There's a lot of options. Bishop e1, that looks very nice. Bishop a5. E4. Pushing it. Meaning you want to get in with the queen afterwards, I suppose. That might be the threat. I hope Yanni's not too worried about this. Okay, standard 231, writing progress chart. Let's see. Let's see. So again, 23 April. You broke into the 2000s. Well, you properly broke into the 2000s. No, I would say static. I mean, it depends on who you can play against. But that was amazing. I mean, this is coming from 2021, rising up. I mean, that's beautiful. And on your side, let's see at your comparison, your writing progress. Also, there is something very similar as a youngster, although you can see from 2.1 the progress to 2.5. You probably want to rather see 5 years or more, or maybe all years, just for interest's sake. For all years, it seems what's interesting here is that you really started out on 2.4. So the history, unfortunately, is not too long back. So 2012, start on 2.1. So as 2010, so you almost immediately broke into FIDE, into strong ratings. Meaning maybe on the lower level you don't. 2010, oh, that is a long time ago, right? You were 12 years old. When you're 12 years old, you played on a 2000 rating. That's the meaning of that. Okay. Right? Crazy, but true. When you were 12, you broke into the 2000s. Jan was, I think, 14. A little bit older. So when you broke into 2000, was in 2022. Yeah, that's 14 years old. Players get younger and younger and younger. Okay, so Cuba, and Cuba. And Jan holding tight. Still on the second board for Team South Africa. Hmm. I think it's pretty clear in my mind that after looking at the analysis, that the idea will be that Jan will double up, right? Okay, so the idea surely is that he's going to double up. Okay. So the question is just, so from that perspective, knowing that, what would you do if you were black? I suppose, yes, that's quite a nice move. Yes, the bishop, that's quite, looks like a quite nice move. I quite like that one too. But let's say you're moving in with your pawn, and not sure if you're still going to move in with your rook. I'm not sure if that's the best move anymore. Because plans might change here. If you do that, you can see, for example, here, they do plan the idea of maybe rather playing rook h3. I want to say a bit disconnected, but let's say that is, or rook a1. Okay, that's interesting. I don't like that idea. Just seems like you're still disconnected. I don't like that idea too much. And then for some reason, and then rook g7 might be another idea. Okay, so definitely game plan might change with that pawn. But changing, you don't have to get moving to another direction. Okay, so he played ba5, meaning I think he can continue on with his plan. So it should hopefully be quite a straightforward rook h7. Let's see, they might like this one. I like the, say, rook h7. And then, but we'll see quick enough, right? What's this? Complicated. what's this continuation from here? H7. Oh, sorry, king G6. Rook E7. Yep, I like that one too. Okay, bishop running around, bishop D2. Can that be D2? Maybe that's not the worst idea, although time-wise, you might want to put more pressure on Jan still. H4. King G6. Maybe that's not the worst idea. It's interesting with king. You say rook 1 take h5, rook 1 take h5. That's interesting idea. And queen take h5. Wow. That will be very interesting. Then king a3. Sure. And everything is safe, right? Okay. That surely should be a draw. You trade pieces and get your pawn back. Wow. So maybe you rather want to go bishop d2 because playing on your 4 pawns that you have advantage, get rid of the bishop. I suppose that might not be the worst idea. Bishop d2, bishop take bishop, queen takes bishop, rook h1 takes h5, then you get your pawn back anyway. So it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? Still very interesting with the queen versus two rooks, depending on how you count pieces. Some people, I'm not sure, do you count queen as 9 or you can't count it as 10? I think we used to count it as 10, as keys. These days you might use it to quickly count, but it's more about possessional advantages and things like that. If you have things like double up pawns, you don't count the pawn as 1, you might count it as a half even. But definitely at this stage, maybe if you look at the level here and the count of the pieces, you might argue the queen to count as a 9. I think it's past Jan's bedtime. I'm just joking. I'm just amazed how young these players are. It's probably age past my bedtime as well. And I've got a young baby. Never past his bedtime. He can choose whenever he wants to sleep. Wow, that's an interesting move, opening up a bit. Now things are going to get crazy. That's hopefully nice, straightforward. Pawn takes pawn. Actually chasing king g6. That's interesting. Queen g4, check. That's a good idea. So 3 minutes, both under time pressure now, right? Not only Jan anymore. Okay, that's best move. King h2. Why would you play that? I think a draw is very close by if they both want to draw, but I'm not sure. I think I'll be saddened if it's not a draw for both players. I mean, I don't want either of the players to make a mistake. Of course, I'm rooting for Jan as I am a South African, but not the way to lose or win a game on time. I think that was best move. It's very tight, eh? E4. At this stage, I will be very uncomfortable, to be honest. Fortunately, they know what they're doing. Oh, so where we said E4, pushing the pawn on. That's very solid. Still, G takes H4. That just feels rough. Then Rook G1. What will happen? They say Rook G1. And then Queen E2. Back to Queen E2. Rook G5. Check. E5 check. Yeah, so it's time you can see Skew getting out. You will get out of trouble. So although it looks very tight here, you will probably be able to foresee some of these continuations. So there would have been E4, G's, we see G takes H4. I suppose if you take go E4, Rook G1, G1, Bishop C7 check. That's a very complicated game here. Rook takes C7. Wow. Queen takes H4 and check. Pawn check. King G2. Wow. Crazy stuff. Okay. Okay, so push the pawn. Opted for that is these lines. So let's see. Go Jan. It always makes sense after the fact if you see these lines, right? The Rook C1. It feels right to just get the pressure off. Bishop takes G5. Even that, I suppose, might feel right. H take G5. So in essence, time-wise, Jan. A lot of these moves are good moves. Yeah, that's an interesting swing of things. Okay. I think it's pretty much the same idea. Bishop B6, King G6. Sure, just reacting quick enough, but they're on the same time, same time pressure. Must be, and should be 4, blocking the pawn, I suppose. So it's foreseeing it as a blunder. Is that possible? Shucks, rook d6. Let's see now. It just time is just insane. I mean, it's a pity. It's a pity. Only one right move. Bishop f8. Then h take g5. Wow. Who's going to sleep after this game? If you're watching more games, you might also sleep even less. Please, both sides. I want to. If there's a mistake, I hope it goes Jean's direction, but I don't wish it on anyone. Bit of a lag. I'm sure the time didn't run out. Guess the poor analysis can't keep up. Queen f3. You see the analysis is trying to keep up. Wow. Surely, yes, I want to say surely you're going to take with your pawn. And now you're looking quite strong. If I had to pick a color, I'll pick to be, at this stage I'll pick to be white, right? Yeah, by 4 points. So Jan, yo. So it's sad. I mean, you ever made the mistake first? Feeling very comfortable. You can be glad. Yeah, seem to feel very comfortable. The king is in trouble there, being cut off by the bishop. My. Okay, rook takes a6, they say that's a nice clean take. And celebrations, Jan, please. You need to take this one home for us. Come on. You need to give the streamers things to talk about. Yo. 3 pawns, 1 pawn. I mean, it's just... the young Dylan must start playing for a draw now. I can't imagine. I mean, just time is horrible, but unimaginable. The question now is, are you going to try and move in with a draw? And Jan has to be careful for that. I think Black will be happy with the draw now. 1814, they say. Looking on the right hand side, I mean, it's yo. Sure, sure. That's what I want. That's the one I want to copy. I really hope tonight they're going to, the ladies should celebrate. Yeah, they had a draw against, but it was such an up and down game. Who can blame a draw offer? I suppose a draw offer for Robin. And on the men's side, I mean, for James, you would hope for a couple of draws, not for a win. And currently, it's looking like we're set up for a win here. I suppose Rook F6. Ah, Rook F6. That's the one. Why? Pushing it out. Queen's got nowhere to go. Feeling safe there. Time is an issue, so maybe that's just a safety move. Queen probably going to try and get the queen in a better position, but yo, I really hope Jan is not going to allow him to do that. I don't think he maybe ran out of time. If you can't see what else to do, it might be. Yeah. Wow. Lekker, Jan. Congratulations. That's awesome stuff. I'm sure a lot of people will celebrate tonight. It's just amazing. I think, I think many of South Africans might be surprised, and we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be surprised. It's been a long way coming. I remember, Jan, when you had tough times on chess.com, we couldn't understand you playing so well. They couldn't deal with you as a 12-year-old playing so well. Chess people in South Africa didn't expect that, coming out after COVID and giving all the adults, the Daniel Berishes, you gave them a very hard time. They didn't know where you came from. Just all of a sudden you popped up from nowhere. And yes, we're very proud of you. I know your school's very proud of you. And that's amazing. I hope you guys rest well, and hope Team South Africa will just go, surprise them, show them what we're made of. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie. Okay, there is more coming. I'm really hoping that I'll also make more of these. Unfortunately, so yes, the channel is super, which is Supercell Games, mainly chess, Clash of Clans. It's called chess, which is today, of course. And then life is all the nice stuff, what we're working for. But yes, unfortunately, the one I didn't put in there is work. So work does happen. So hopefully during work I'll come back again, and definitely I'll keep my eyes on these heroes of ours, and hope they keep going.